Hello. Hi everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to this month's Sunday Retro Marathon. Oh my god, I did not get enough sleep last night and I went to bed early. I guess it's just that end of the week just but I'm very much on a cup of coffee right now. I'm very much on a cup of coffee. Genova and Sephiroth are both puppets of Hojo. That's a good point. That's a good point. Which is one reason why I think like one of the brilliant things about Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus. Big spoiler, so mute me if you care about Dirge of Cerberus spoilers. Mute me for a second. Is that it kind of brings Hojo back as like the main antagonist. We get kind of like the final throwdown with him. Because his kind of final throwdown in OG7 is a little bit of it's almost like an afterthought. Like the game spent a lot of time with Hojo, like in the mid part of it, early mid part, and then kind of like, you know, focuses more on Sephiroth, Genova, and then, you know, we end up back in Midgar, and it's like, oh well, we got to wrap up Hojo, you know. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the remake does. I want to play the remake. I can't justify picking up the existing parts and then waiting several years for the next one when I kind of see it all as like one large game, you know. I know Square kind of like is trying to present it as separate games, but it's a remake of Final Fantasy VII. Like, come on, it's just very large. Very large. I will play the first two parts once we have a date for the third one. Lord Manny, hi, good to see you, friend. Good to see you. You're in need of Sarzac merch? Check out this link, friend. Check out that link. That's where you can get some Sarzac merch. We're also going to be doing some free merch giveaways too on the channel with the upcoming Model 2.0 stream. So, but I'll get to that in a little bit. It's good to see you, Lord Manny. Well, hi everyone, welcome. It is our monthly retro Sunday marathon. I'm trying to get these things back on track to be in the middle of the month. This summer was just really disruptive with these things, and one of them, the Gargoyles Quest one, wasn't even on a Sunday, it was on a Wednesday. But we're trying to get back on track, and I'm going to be playing games from Castlevania, which has me nervous because, you know, I don't know much about Castlevania. Oh, that's kidding. Castlevania is like my favorite video game franchise. If you're a longtime viewer of the channel, you probably remember I used to do what was called Castlevania Mondays, which was a multi-year project of me trying to beat every single Castlevania game, every port, every character. I think there was something like 61 games I played through. And the crazy thing is that there has since become more games that I need to play through because I don't have that record anymore. I don't have that record of having beaten every every playable Castlevania with every character, because some of the old Java phone games have since been rediscovered. So I'm hoping to get to those later this year and play the Java phone games that have since kind of been rediscovered. Like I think version 1 has been completely rediscovered. I think a mobile port of Castlevania 3 has been rediscovered, which I didn't even know that was one that existed. But enough of that. We're going to be playing Castlevania stuff today. Let me see what's going on with the chat. But good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here, especially this early on a Sunday. All right, looks like Melchior got first, so we're going to go ahead and update that for Melchior. Congrats, Melchior. I hope you got some good sleep. Melchior was with us in PSO2 last night. All the way to the end. Even when I switched to the ending scene, Melchior and Rajan were still hanging out in my private quarters, my personal quarters in PSO2. Let's see who else is here. So Melchior got first. Sword Saint Michael got second, and Rocker got third. Hi, Sword Saint. Hi, Rocker. Let me also do a shout out for Melchior. I don't think any of my other mods are here. Yeah, they will be. But Questus is cool. Yeah, Questus is cool. Questus has like, ooh, hot teacher vibes. Laguna's awesome. Laguna's amazing. Squall is like the worst character in Final Fantasy VIII. I think so. Maybe Zell. Zell, I find Zell to be insufferable. It's like, why is Zell here? Zell's like the ugly friend you keep around to make to make yourself look better, I guess. That's so terrible for me to say that, but it's kind of true. When do you meet Irving? Irving is a really cool character. I like Irving a lot. The big reveal of FF7. I'm going to say this. FF8 has a big reveal, and I don't think it works. In fact, it's one of my biggest criticisms of the game. But I'm not going to say anything about that other than I don't like it. Rico, thank you for the lurk. Thank you. We got some discussion about FF7, yeah. And Lord Manny's here. Hi, Lord Manny. Good to see you. Yeah, no, I got the Flo. Hi, Flo. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi, Flo. How are you doing? Flo's been playing some Sonic Adventure. Everyone, please check out Flo. Flo's a really awesome retro VTuber. We hang out in their channel whenever we can. Flo has played all kind of things lately. All kind of things. They were playing Castlevania Bloodlines a few months ago. Sonic Adventure recently. What have you been up to, Flo? How are you today? Japan has CV on phones, and yes, they do. Yeah. I have one of the Tiger Electronic games. I have Simon's Quest on Tiger Electronic. I could play that with a hand cam. I'm not playing the Symphony of the Night Tiger Electronics unless one of you wants to give me $5,000, because the Symphony of the Night Tiger game goes for around 5K. I'm not joking. Could you imagine dropping $5,000 on a Tiger Electronic game? Like, that's stupid. I don't care what level of wealth you have. I don't care if you're Elon Musk. That's stupid. That's stupid. Don't spend that kind of money on a Tiger Electronic game. Come on. Go put that in the stock market or something. Put it into a saving account. Don't put it into a Tiger Electronic game. Oh, God. Hey, Queen. Good to see you. Flo, what are you up to today? Here to see me kick some vampire ass? I hopefully I'm going to do a good job. I actually have not played a lot of these games since Dot's Castlevania challenge last October. I haven't played any of them in my spare time. I played Castlevania 1 and 2 earlier this year when we were looking at the NES Mini. And then I played Rondo of Blood when we were looking at the TG16 Mini. I think that's the only Castlevania I've played this year. So, but welcome in, everyone. Think you mean sad? I mean, and sad and stupid. It's both. I mean, it's just, look, I collect things. I collect them, but there's such a thing as overpriced collectibles, and The price of the Symphony of the Night Tiger Electronic game is just dumb. I could do the other one though. Just I'd have to get a hand cam set up for it. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that after I beat the rediscovered Java phone games. Playing through Holy Diver. Oh my god. I've never played through that. How is Holy Diver? I'm doing great, Flo. I'm a little tired because we were up late last night, but we're doing a 12-hour marathon today where I play a whole bunch of Castlevania games back to back, and I love Castlevania. Hey Ramses, good to see you. So these are the games we're playing today, everyone. I'm going to be playing Castlevanias 1, 2, and 3, Super Castlevania 4, Castlevania Legends, Castlevania Rondo of Blood, Bloodlines, the newest Castlevania game that came out last year, Haunted Castle Rebirth, and then Adventure Reborn. If there's enough time, and I don't know if there will be, but if there's enough time, and I only need like 30 minutes to do this, I'm also going to play the Dreamcast alpha demo of the canceled Castlevania Resurrection game, and I'll play that on original hardware because I actually have a disc of that. Not an original disc, it's a repro disc, but I'll play it on an original Dreamcast. If we don't get to that, I might just play that at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. Just because I've kind of been promising it, and I haven't played that in a long time. But Ramses, good to see you. How are you doing? So yeah, so that's what we're doing today, everybody. So we'll get started with the marathon in just a bit. Heads up, I will be taking breaks every 4 hours. The first 4 hours, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. Then like 2 or 3 hours after that, I'm going to take a dinner break. And then after that, I'll take another 15-minute break at some point. So I will be taking breaks. Anytime you stream this long, like, you need to take breaks. Like, I will be the elderly VTuber parent and say, you need to take breaks. You can't just sit in a chair all day. As easy as it can be, that's not good for your body. You got to move around a little bit. So, all right, so I got a lot of things to show off. Let me start with my schedule. I got a new schedule for this week, and we got kind of a lot going on. Take note, everybody. There are the very rare Tuesday and Wednesday streams this week. I almost never ever stream on Wednesday. I'm doing a short stream on Wednesday, and Tuesdays I also normally don't, but I'm still trying to knock out a bunch of special things. But here's the stream schedule for this week. Tomorrow for Retro Monday at 5 p.m., we're starting our exploration of the SNES Classic Mini, which has some really great games on it. A lot of games I've beaten before, and I'll probably do full playthroughs. I'm going to do a full playthrough of Link to the Past because I'm so tired of people shitting on that game. It's like every time a Link to the Past is mentioned, like someone new comes out and is just like, I think Link to the Past is poopy. It's not poopy. It's one of the best games on the Super Nintendo. It's an amazing game. But Monday, tomorrow, we're going to start our exploration of that mini console, which is what we've been doing kind of all this year here and there, exploring mini consoles. Tomorrow, Tuesday, I have a special viewer redeem stream for Pokehill the Storyteller. She's making me play ActRaiser 2. Which I've played before and is very hard. Very beautiful game. Very awesome presentation. I do not like the controls in the game. I will say that, but I don't think they're like the worst things ever. I think you can adapt to them. So I did an ActRaiser 2 stream several months ago, and I made some good progress through a couple bosses. So I don't know if I'll be beating it this time. I'm just hoping to like maybe make double the amount of progress I made last time. Like last time I think I killed 4 bosses. This time I'd like to kill like 8 bosses. So resting up for your show. When does your show go? Okay, Wednesday. Let's talk about this rare Wednesday stream. I don't want anyone to miss a streak over this. So I've been given a free key through Keymailer and the devs behind this new boomer shooter called Beyond Sunset. That means I have to promote it. I have to do a stream or two to promote it. So on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central, I'm going to do a 4-hour promotional stream of Beyond Sunset. I'll have all the stuff up, like links and stuff, if you're interested in the game. Because I accepted a free key, right? Like, I have to promote it. That's like the deal, right? So I'll be playing this game. I saw my friend Last Seahorse playing this last week, and it looked really awesome, and I immediately like put in a key request for it. So this is a new boomer shooter that came out. It was made in GZ Doom. It looks really good. It's pretty affordable. I think it's around $10, maybe a little less, maybe a little bit more. But I'll be doing a 4-hour stream of that from 4 p.m. Central until 8 p.m. Central of that. When that stream is over, we're going to immediately go into our Discord movie night, and we're going to watch the Ninja Gaiden anime OVA. This is the crazy thing. A lot of people don't know that the last thing that occurs in the Ninja Gaiden like storyline, like including the 3D games, the old NES, the last thing that happens is an actual anime OVA that is considered still canon. The OVA takes place after Ninja Gaiden 2, NES, Dark Sword of Chaos. Like the NES games, this is how they happen. You have the first game, then the third game happens, and then the second game happens. And this anime takes place sometime after the second game. If you've played the second game, there's like a military dude in there named Robert. Like he looks like Wesker. He looks like a really buff version of Wesker. And if you play Ninja Gaiden 2, like the last time you see him, he's fighting against the Jaquio, and it's implied that he dies, but the anime reveals that he was just like seriously wounded, and he's like a supporting character in the anime. So we're gonna watch the anime after the Beyond Sunset stream on Wednesday, so we're still having Discord movie night. The anime OVA is short though; it's about maybe an hour. So that's all we're gonna be doing. Robert Cuff, yes. I didn't think I would find that all that funny when I first saw it, but I keep going back to that. Hey Queen, thank you for the Giganify. Thank you. Thursday I'm continuing my playthrough of Hexen. Friday I'm continuing my playthrough of Final Fantasy V post game. Saturday I ain't doing shit. There is no PSO stream this Saturday. Why? Well, if you look the next day, ow, thank you for the bits. If you look the next day, we have our Necromancy School graduation stream, which is going to be a 13-hour stream where I have 13 other Twitch friends, some who are streamers, some who are not, but I'm going to have 13 Twitch friends come on the stream one at a time, each for about an hour. And we're going to be playing games that they played for Necromancy School. And we're going to be talking about those games, talking about their experience with Necromancy School, and that kind of stuff. Because you stream on Saturday, you silly sword saint. You stream on... You'll know it's Saturday because you have to stream Final Fantasy. What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? I expect the Sunday stream to last until like 1 in the morning because we have 13 people. But you know, some people might cancel. Some people with events like this, they do get stage fright, and you know, that is not going to upset me if someone has to cancel if they've had something come up or if they're too anxious. Like, I understand, and I think it's more important to take care of yourself than to like force yourself into a situation that you're going to feel really awkward and anxious about. But I'll have more to say to the people that'll be streaming that. But we'll be doing our Necromancy School graduation next Sunday starting at 12. The reason I'm not streaming on Saturday is because that stream is going to require a lot of work to prep. I have to get with all 13 people to make sure all their tech is working, so that I can have them, you know, on the stream when they're supposed to be on the stream. There's going to be 13 games that we're going to be playing. I have to make sure all those games are running smoothly, and installed and everything. So that's why I'm not streaming on Saturday. I thought about streaming this Saturday. I really did. And I'm just like, no, 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 don't do that to yourself. You need the time to work on this stream. If it was just me doing a 12-hour stream like today, then I would do it, but not with the amount of stuff that this requires. Yeah, there's not going to be a PSO Saturday until the 11th, because there's not going to be the one the following week. Because the following week we also have something going on. We've got this going on. Yeah, so the following week, October 2nd through 4th, we have my 2.0 model reveal. This model is going away. I've had this model for over 3 years, and it's a great model. It's a wonderful model, but we're getting a new model that has a whole bunch of stuff on it, a whole bunch of new things. This is the event that's going on. Thank you, Flo. I'm super excited for it. It has so many more features that this model doesn't have. But what we're going to be doing, this model reveal coincides with my affiliate anniversary as well as my VTubing anniversary. It'll be my 4 years as an affiliate and 3 years as a VTuber. We're going to do a 3-day event, October 2nd through 4th. 12-hour streams a day starting at noon each day, my time. We're going to be playing arcade games and retro games and Gradius Origin, Dead by Daylight, Mushi Mushi Pork, PSO2, NGS, SMZ3, Streets of Rage 4, Resident Evil 5, and more. I'm going to have several VTubing friends on, so there'll be a lot of VTuber friends like Professor Ramses, Professor Hammerad, Pizza Maid, Finley Fish. A lot of regulars that y'all know on the channel will be coming on. And I'm still talking, still trying to, there's still a couple people I'm waiting to hear back from, so I can't say their names until they're fully confirmed. Yeah, so that's all happening. Hey, Blackheart, good to see you. How are you doing? But we have a whole bunch of new stuff that's going to be happening. There's going to be new channel rewards. There's going to be new subscriber badges. Gifters will be able to get some Sarzac merch. We're going to have giveaways at the end of every stream where everyone can enter, whether you've been able to gift something or not, and maybe win some merch. So it's going to be a fun 3-day event. I hope it's going to be fun. These are the chat incentive goals that I've come up with so far. Well, these are pretty much what we're going to have. Oh, that looks really. I need to change the background on that too. It being the library on the library is very very distracting. But these are going to be the chat incentive goals. 1 point equals a sub equals 500 bits equals $5 donation. At 10 points, chat will get to design my coffee. 20 points, I will play Shaq Fu for an hour, which I don't think is that bad of a game. It's not good. But it's not this legendary piece of garbage that the internet has reared it up to be. There's worse fighting games on Super Nintendo. You could play Pit Fighter or Clay Fighter, and those are much worse than Shaq Fu. At 30 points, chat will get to design my pizza. At 40 points, I'm going to play a game called Bokuto Upa for an hour. What is OBS flashing? I see. It's that. Possibly that. Okay. Bokuto Upa is a Famicom game from Konami where you play as a baby. I've made jokes about Oopa Oopa, and I've shown it here and there, but it's actually a kind of an okay platformer. It's not the worst thing. It's just, yeah, the Pit Fighter is on SNES I think it's the worst Super Nintendo game. The people that worked on that should feel shame of them. Hey, Dark Max, good to see you. Good to see you. I'll eat a cookie in just a second. Got it in my hand. At 50 points, chat gets the vote on a later community stream, like Dead by Daylight or PSO or Smash Brothers or something like that. How are you doing, Dark Max? It's good to see you, friend. Actually, I have not played Rise of the Robots. I know of it because it was in a lot of magazines and stuff. But no, I've not played Rise of the Robots. I've heard it's really bad. I've heard it's not as bad as Pit Fighter. Not as bad as Pit Fighter, but I would imagine Shaq Fu is probably better than it. Without Pit Fighter, Mortal Kombat wouldn't exist. I mean... Okay. That's probably true. Pit Fighter on Super Nintendo is still really bad. Pit Fighter on arcade is fine. Like, I don't have a big issue with Pit Fighter on arcade or even on the Genesis. It's just the Super Nintendo one is really terrible. That's like one of the worst ports I've ever seen. It's ugh. At 70 points, we're going to do a Discord viewing of The Room with Tommy Wiseau or whatever his name is. 80 points, I'll be a slime for the rest of the stream. At 90 points, all channel points will get refunded from the subathon at the end of the subathon. And then at 100 points, I will do a 12-hour stream and play every single game on the Bubsy collection. Good God, why? I cannot stand Bubsy. Bubsy games are garbage. My chat seems to love Bubsy, though. I don't know why. But I'll do a 12-hour stream where I make myself play these Bubsy games. Hey, Six Card, what's up, friend? Bayou Bay? What is Bayou? Like Bayou Billy? What's up, Six Card? Good to see you, friend. Let me give you a shout out. Let me give you a real shout out. That was a fake shout out. Six, I hope the new job has been going well. I'll give you a shout out. Yeah, there'll be a 12-hour Bubsy stream. I don't even. But that's another good example. Like Street Fighter 2 wouldn't exist if Street Fighter 1 hadn't happened. Street Fighter 1's bad. Street Fighter 1 is really bad. I think it looks good. Like, I'll say that about Street Fighter 1. It looks good. It does look good. And then you go to play it, and it's just like, what is this? What is this? But yeah, that is true. I guess you do get bad games before you get good games. Sometimes you get good games, and then you get better games. Like you get Final Fantasy 1, and then later you get Final Fantasy 6. I think Narc might predate Pit Fighter. Was Narc arcade live actors? Was that digitized live actors? I have the NES port of Narc, and I played that one a lot. I've never played... Really? I did not know that. Did not know that. That's interesting. But yeah, so everybody, we have this big event where I'm going to get a new model. The new model will be revealed on October 2nd, and we're going to do a 3-day event for it. It should be fun. Hopefully you can make it. Let me get the chat goals out of the way. But yeah, that's what's coming up on my stream, everyone. So hopefully I'll be able to make some of that. So we got a bunch of big streams coming up in the next week with the necromancy school graduation and the model reveal. But for today, we are going to bully Dracula. So, real quick, before we get started with Castlevania, here's a link to my socials and Discord if you'd like to join or be in those. Feel free to if you're not already. All right, so this is what we're doing today. Oh, I need to eat the cookie. Let me eat the cookie. Nom nom nom. Okay, so we're playing a bunch of Castlevania games today. We're going to play through Castlevanias 1 through 4. uh, Legends, Rondo of Blood, Bloodlines, Haunted Castle Revisited, and Adventure Reborn. And I'm going to be doing that on original hardware, original cartridges, for everything.
We're being attacked!
Except Rondo, which I'll be playing on my PS4. Hey, Corey. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm Sarzac, Retro VTuber. We're getting started right now on a 12-hour Castlevania marathon. I'm going to be playing a lot of Castlevania games today. Castlevania is like my favorite thing in the world. A lot of these games I haven't played in almost a year. Yeah, we're gonna be having some fun in a little bit. But welcome in, Corey. How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you up to? And everybody, please check Corey out. Corey's a cool streamer we met a few weeks ago, from a PSO raid. They're really cool, really awesome. So please be sure to drop them a follow and check them out. And Beast, thank you for the lurk. Welcome in, Jazz. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so what am I playing all of these on? I'm playing 1 through 3 on original NES carts. What route of Castlevania 3 am I doing? I'm doing the Sypha route. Yeah, I've beaten all the routes before, including Trevor only. I like to do the Sypha route. Like Grant is fine. I like Grant. Grant is really good through getting through levels, but he's not a good boss killer. That's not too bad of a deal though, because you know Trevor can kill the bosses just fine. I don't like going the Alucard route though. Like this might be a hot take. I think Alucard sucks in Castlevania 3. I think he's terrible. I think he's the worst character. He has really good level navigation when he can turn into a bat, but that's kind of limited by the amount of hearts that you have. And Grant can kind of navigate levels just as well as he can without any kind of limitations. So yeah, I'll be doing the Sypha route. I don't like the Alucard. And the Alucard route is longer too anyway. I would say Grant is broken in the Japanese version. I'm actually glad they very much nerfed that character for North America, because I feel that he just makes the game easy peasy. Like, I know a lot of people like the Japanese version more because of the music and because the difficulty is toned down. I like the North American one because I think I like the harder difficulty, and the characters feel more balanced in my opinion. But yeah, Sypha's great. You get Sypha with the blue balls. Oh god, I need the blue crystals. She can just obliterate everything. But let me see. Let's see what Corey was doing. Corey is doing a 100% run in Kirby Air Ride. Oh, cool. What is Air Ride on? I have to admit I'm not super familiar with Kirby games after the Super Nintendo ones. But you're 75% done. So will you finish it next time, Corey? Hey, Amy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let me give Amy a shouty. Amy Yuzuki. Amy. Good morning, Amy. You know, there's a ROM hack of Castlevania 3 that makes Alucard look like his Symphony of the Night version. Yeah, I used to always go out of my way to get Grant, and then I just realized I'm like, why am I doing this when I'm just getting rid of Grant to have Sypha? Like, I literally get Grant, and then I go through like a level or two with him, and then I get rid of Sypha, so I don't even do that anymore. Hey, Doomer, good to see you. Good to see you. But yeah, Sypha's great. I love Sypha. And hey, Vimic, good to see you. So yeah, what am I playing these on? Castlevania 1 through 3, I'm going to be playing them on original NES carts. Castlevania 4, I'll be playing on an original SNES cart. Legends, I'll be playing on an original Game Boy cart through a Super Game Boy 2. Rondo of Blood, I'm not playing Rondo on original hardware. I'm playing that through the emulation that's on PlayStation 4. I actually have Rondo for the TurboGrafx Duo, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I'd rather do that than that. I guess it's one less one less console to have out. Haunted Castle Revisited. I'm playing on PlayStation 5. That's only been released digitally. That game came out last year with the Dominus collection. Adventure Rebirth. I'm actually playing that on a legit Wii because I bought that game way back in the day, and I still have my Wii. It still works. It's still on there. And then Bloodlines I'll be playing on an original Genesis cartridge. So that's how I'll be playing everything today. So mostly original hardware. Or at least original cartridges and stuff like that. Most of the consoles I'm using are clone consoles. Like I'm using my analog Super NT and Mega SG. I'm using my retro USB AVS, which really they're basically the same thing as like a Super Nintendo or an NES. It's just that they you get better picture quality. Like this is right now, like my Castlevania cart is in my retro USB AVS. Turn this off real quick. Turn it back on. I'll show you the startup menu here. Like you can start cart. This thing also has a built-in game genie, which is kind of cool. Input options, video options, I guess. Scoreboard. Yeah, there's a scoreboard, and you can start the cart. This thing's pretty cool because it has four controller ports built into it, and you can also play Famicom games on it, and everything basically works on it. The retro USB AVS is like, I think it's the Cadillac of like NES clone consoles. You'd love to see my house with all those historical consoles. I'm slowly but surely trying to turn one of my old bedrooms into a game room / Steam studio. So once I get that ready, Sean, I'll have pictures of that taken and posted to what is it called? Discord. Hi Sean, good to see you. One of my friends, 72-hour marathon. Oh my god, that is too much. I used to do the occasional 36, 37-hour stream. No. The last one was actually like not good. Last time I did that because I thought one of my dogs got really sick, and I ended up taking him to the emergency vet during the stream, and he was fine. He was fine. I think he was just really bummed out that I was not paying attention to him for so long. But it was a really anxious ridden stream. So the most longest I'll ever do will be a 24-hour stream, and even that's kind of rare. But yeah, it's good to see you, Selna. Good to see you, Sean. And hey, I am. Hi. How are you? How was your stream? I'll give you a shout out. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with Castlevania. We're gonna do one thing before we start with it, though. We got one thing we have to do. One little thing. I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid and when I'd get like a new NES game or SNES game, on the way home, I would open it up and I would start looking at the instruction manual. So let's look at the instruction manual for the very first Castlevania game, the English one anyway. All right, so how to play Castlevania from Konami. Introduction. Good evening. Somebody type that. Step into the shadows of the deadliest dwelling on Earth. You've arrived at Castlevania and you're here on business to destroy forever the curse of the evil Count. Unfortunately, everybody's home this evening. Bats, ghosts, every kind of creature you can imagine. You'll find them all over the place if they don't find you first. Because you've got to get through 6 monstrous floors before you even meet up with the master of the house. Your magic whip will help. And you'll probably find a weapon or two along the way. But once you make it to the tower, you can count on a duel to the death. The Count has waited 100 years for a rematch. He's ready. Are you? Castlevania can be played by 1 or 2 players. If there are 2 players, players alternate from one to another. Really? A single player can use controller 1 or controller 2. When 2 players are competing, both controls must be used. I wonder if that's an option that registers whenever you have 2 controllers plugged in, Or is this just an error? Because NES manuals used to always have all kind of errors in them. The object is to move through the passages and stairways of the castle to reach the tower, dodging or destroying every creature in your path. Use the controls directed to activate your whip and the other weapons you'll find along the way. And watch for secret doors. Before you begin, you must use the select button to choose 1 or 2 player mode. Then hit start and your night. I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, that's not a thing. There's no option. Unless only an option appears when you have a second controller in. But I don't think that happens on NES games. Okay, so the screen, we know how that works. The creatures, destroy the creatures for points total shown. Bonus points awarded for knocking out 2 or more creatures with 1 throw of a weapon. We have the vampire bat, the zombie, the black leopard, the fishman, the phantom bat. I've been slimed. Boo. Queen Medusa, and a raven. We also have the black knight, the white skeleton, the red skeleton, eagles, skeledragon, Frankenstein and Igor, the mummy man, the hunchback, the dragon skull cannon, the axeman, ghouls, grim reaper, and the count. I like how the count's worth 50,000 points. Like you give a shit about points after you kill them. No, points were... People cared about points in the 80s because it was a holdover from arcade games. Alright, weapons. In addition to your magic whip, many other weapons are hidden along your path through the castle. You're going to need them. Before playing, study the chart so you'll know where to find your weapons and how to use them. So there's the watch, there's the dagger, the axe, the firebomb, because we can't call it holy water here. The boomerang, can't call it the cross. Small heart, large heart, cross. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess you can call that the cross. What is that called in other games? That's called the rosary, I believe. Yeah, the rosary. And then, of course, the boomerang is called the cross. Okay, so they do call something the cross here. Invisibility potion, which you see like once in the game. And then the morning star. Oh, a couple other things. Money bag, multipliers, pork chop, magic crystal. Welcome to Castlevania. Treat your Konami game carefully. This Konami game is a precision-crafted device with complex electronic circuitry. Avoid subjecting it to undue shocks or extremes of temperature. Never attempt to open or dismantle the game pack. Okay, that's Castlevania. Head pets, okay. Yeah, my Sunday's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. How's yours going? All right, let's get started. Oh, excuse me. Oh my God, those cookies! I swear to God, those cookies just do a number on my throat. All right. And we got the no music glitch, so we have to restart. Oh, is that how that glitch occurs, by letting the demo play too much? I didn't know that. I know aren't there 2 different versions of Castlevania NES? Like there's 2 different ROM versions. I want to say there's an issue with one of the ROM versions that it sometimes crashes at a certain point. I'm not sure which ROM version I have. Oops. Didn't expect bats from both sides like that. I know Super Mario Brothers 3 has 2 different ROM versions, because when I did a Mario marathon last year, that came up, but I don't remember what the ROM versions were. All right, first bat, boss, Phantom Bat, easy peasy. If you let the demo play twice, the music dies. I did not know that. That would explain why that happens a bit. I'm curious about that 2-player bit that the instruction manual was talking about. Like, I don't think this game is 2-player. Maybe the Famicom disc version was, because that has a few like really minor extra features not found in the NES version. And when I say features, I mean, I think some of the things can barely qualify as features, honestly. I hate this part right here. Don't like this part. Medusa heads are awful. The cartridge I'm playing this on is one of the oldest games in my personal video game collection. This was the second NES game I ever owned as a kid. There we go. See, I'm a little rusty with things as I've not played this game since January. So, one of the reasons I like doing this marathon in September is because it kind of serves as a good warm-up for Dot's Castlevania challenge, which begins at the beginning of October. I think she's planning to do it again this year. I'm not totally sure on that, though. Like, I haven't heard, like, if she's doing it or if she's not doing it. I would imagine she's doing it. Yeah, that was my very first NES game, was Mario Duck Hunt. This was the one that we bought after, like, the first game we bought after that. The carts you can tell apart by the Nintendo seal. Okay, I'll have to see which one I have whenever I finish the game. Meat right there, but I don't like to take it. Just because I might get hit by that hunchback or skeleton. Ah. Jeez. Okay, took a lot of damage there. No, we don't want that. That's fine, though. Skeleton is a jerk. Oh no. I might reset it. I'm not taking a death in level 3. Yeah, I'm not taking a death in level 3. That's not happening. Hey, Hellsbector, good to see you. How are you? Okay, I wish mods. I wish y'all wouldn't pin stuff whenever I have links that I have intentionally pinned. But hey, Hellsbector, how are you doing? Trying to defeat Castlevania 3. What sub character are you going with? You know, of all the games I'm playing today, I've done all of them deathless, except Castlevania 3 North American. I've done the Japanese version deathless, and I've 1cc'd the American version, but I've never done the American version deathless yet. I don't remember how I deal with that ghost. Sypha, yeah, Sypha is the route that I'm going to take later today too. I like Sypha quite a lot. She's a very good boss killer. Really good for death. She's really good for the doppelganger. She's really good for Dracula. Though honestly, if I have Trevor with the axe, and at least a 2 multiplier, I do prefer Trevor over Sypha for Dracula's final form. Just because sometimes the crystal balls that she can throw, sometimes they don't really do what you want them to do. And the axe, you know, you have complete control over that. Hey, Techno Nightmares, good to see you. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day today. What have you been up to? I'm gonna shout out for Techno Nightmares, please. I remember the first time I came across this treasure right here, this crown. I was at my grandmother's, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I'm like, I got the king's crown. Not really realizing it was just a stupid item for just extra points. That's the thing I miss about like being a kid with video games and finding things out. You find stuff like that and you're like, wow, I stumbled across some kind of secret. Let me get a shout out for Techno Nightmares. I hope you're doing well today, Techno. Hell, how far have you gotten in Castlevania 3 before? Just 1 second, everyone. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I got to death. I don't have much experience in the later stages. Yeah, the second to last level, that's not great. I would actually rather the dagger for the Medusa heads that are coming up. But yeah, the second to last level, which is the level after death. Is it the level after? Yeah, the level after death is, I think, the hardest level in the game. There's a part where you're like in a sewer, and you've got birds flying at you, you've got fishmen jumping out, and you're having to go against the current of the water. If you have Alucard or Grant, you can really skip most of that section, and it's a huge boon. But I almost always go the Sypha route, and it's just I think it's one of the hardest parts in the entire series, to be honest with you. Let me fix my chat window. Whoa. I didn't know those guys could drop crosses. Maybe it's just in this level. Ah, she hit me. Alright, we need to kill the raven with a well-placed holy water. I think I need to kill the skeleton and then double back on the... That's what I... Okay. I knew there was a direct order in which you kill those things, and that's it. Really? I did not know that. Huh, I'm gonna have to try that next time if I have to reset this or anything. Because I'm not taking a death in level 3. I'm just not doing that. I'm not trying to do this deathless. But I'm just not taking a death in level 3. But if I lose my holy water before death, I will reset it, just because I don't feel like fighting death without holy water today. Oh, that one was close. Okay, another bird. Good. Should get a multiplier soon. Hey, world hero, what's up? What's up? How are you? Okay. Surprised I've not gotten a multiplier for the water. Uh-oh. That's a dagger. I'm gonna hit that. Okay, I gotta do this without a multiplier. This is gonna be... I mean, I could just get down there and try to fight them, but this works. Oh yeah, Castlevania is like one of my favorite things ever. I love these games. There we go. Oh, there's my multiplier! And if you didn't know, there's some meat right there if you need it. But yeah, I mean, I do care if I die, but if I die at this point, that's okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to do these games deathless or anything. This is just kind of a series, casual series marathon. So let that come back. That's the holy water I do not want to lose until I kill death. That was very close. You have to be careful here if you're wanting to get the triple holy water. These fleamen will sometimes drop axes. So if you hit one in front of you, you kind of need a slight pause, or I've seen some people that just jump over them. I'm a little bit more cautious than that myself. So I like, see, there's the axe. That would screw me over. So you want to just be a little cautious. There's no reason to fight this guy, so just ignore him and walk in. I'm doing great today, World Hero. I'm doing really good. How about yourself? Okay, this is a dagger, so hit it. Let it despawn. You don't want that. I mean, I guess you want it if you don't have anything else, but... Ow. We gotta get that. There's a meat right here you can get. Get some good old wall meat. Hi, Mubina. Will Sarzac remain fluffy after two? Oh, Fat Sarzac 2.0 is very fat. Fat Sarzac 2.0 is very, very fat. Let's just say that. The only thing we're not gonna this outfit, my Belmont outfit, is not gonna have a is not gonna be in 2.0, nor is the Mega Man outfit. I might get those later. I just the 2.0 model was over $2,000 everything, and I just couldn't afford 2 extra outfits on it. So it's the model's been made to where I can get other outfits later. So we can maybe bring those outfits back if we want to, or we can maybe look at new outfits if we want to as well. All right, it's Frankenstein and Igor. Oh no, it's Frankenstein and Igor. But I'm doing great today, World Hero. Now for what used to be my most hated stage and is actually now my favorite stage in the game. I love this level. Shit. Got caught on the stairs there. Alright, so this skeleton is a royal pain in the ass. Okay, try to get him. Oh, did I? No, I don't think you can despawn him. Yeah, but you can get him to go backwards, which is what I want him to do. So now, there we go. Okay, you have to be very careful to keep your holy water here. There are no holy water drops. You can get holy water as a random drop from certain enemies. I don't remember which one. But if I happen to lose my holy water here, I'm resetting the game. Just so everybody knows. Because I don't like fighting death without holy water. I've done it without holy water. I should maybe one day like get video proof of me doing it. But I find it very unpleasant. I really find that fight to be the hardest fight in the game. And this game already has what I consider to be the hardest Dracula fight in the series, or one of the hardest Dracula fights. There are some harder ones, and say the yeah, you gotta watch out for the fleamen. They drop daggers here. There's a really cool version of this in Castlevania Chronicles, which is a really good... Castlevania Chronicles is awesome because it's kind of it's a remake of Castlevania 1, but it incorporates elements of other remakes of Castlevania 1 into it, like Castlevania 4, the MSX game. What's another remake of Castlevania 1? Castlevania 4... Anyway, This is an axe. You don't want it. Let me get caught up on the chat. Hey, Remy, what's up? Mako, good to see you. Do you have a PlayStation 3? It's still on the PS3 store for like $10, $10 USD, or at least it is on the North American store. Chronicles is great. I love Chronicles. But hey, Remy, good to see you. I like to think I think I like stage 6 the most, but only when it's not a train wreck. Yeah, and stage 6 can get out of control really quickly, especially with those bats. Um, may have beaten death with the boomerang. That's a popular way to beat death, is with the boomerang. I like the holy water because I don't even like the guy having a chance to move around. Just screw death. But y'all check out Remy, check out Mako. They're good streamer friends. So please be sure to drop them follows and check their content out. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have that, Mako, you're good. You're good. Yeah, Konami. There's a whole bunch of Castlevania games still on PS3 store last time I checked. At least North American. There's Chronicles. There's the original PS1 version, English PS1 version of Symphony, which has the really bad voice acting. Lament of Innocence, the first PS2 game with Leon Belmont, is also on there. Oh, and then Harmony of Despair. Harmony of Despair is not only still on the PS3 store, but it's still, the servers for that are up, so you can still do the multiplayer Castlevania stuff. That game is really good. Really good. Basically, imagine Castlevania as a multiplayer game with like a Diablo style loot system. That's Harmony of Despair. It's really awesome. It's on PS3 and all versions of Xbox from 360 to current. All right. But yeah, if you don't mind getting the digital version of Chronicles, and it emulates perfectly, get it off the PS3 store, because I do know the disc version is expensive. I'm so glad I bought that back in the day. I realized, like, kind of like early on with, like, I think it was with Dracula X on the Super Nintendo, that Castlevania games were being made in like smaller and smaller quantities, and they were going for expensive prices on the secondary market. Like, I remember when Dracula X used to go for like 50 or 60 bucks, thinking that was expensive for a Super Nintendo game, a used one. Okay, I gotta hurry, or that blood skeleton will get caught up with me. There's meat there if you need it, which I don't. Okay, this is one of the hardest parts in the game, is the death hallway. This is actually harder on other versions of Castlevania 1, like remakes. Sometimes there's some remakes or some versions, some ports, whatever you want to call this, that have 3 or 4 knights in the hallway, and this version only has 2. I've got, okay. Hey everybody, it's Dracula's most loyal servant. Do I feel bad? Not at all. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck death. You beat all of Alien Hominid. Oh, fuck yeah, Mako. Fuck yeah. No, it used to be $60, like back in the 2000s. Now it's like $300 or $400. Congrats on beating Alien Hominid. Dude, that's awesome. What version was it? Was it like GameCube original or one of the remasters? Hey, Ratman99, what's up? You haven't missed too much. We're just doing kind of a Castlevania marathon right now. I'm gonna get caught up on chat real quickly because the next, we're in the final level of Castlevania 1, and I do kind of have to like focus on this. So, I'm just gonna. Just get caught up on chat. But yeah, how are you doing, Ratman? Oh, OG Xbox. Okay, okay. Do you have an original Xbox, Mako? Do not want that. All right, this part is hard. I think I might have already fucked up. No, I'm good. I'm good. Oh my god, I thought I fucked up badly there. Normally that one guy doesn't get a fire blast out on you. And that just almost completely fucked up my groove. That's fine, there's some meat coming up. The skeleton is very obnoxious to deal with. Alright, I have 11 hearts. That's going to be a dagger. I don't want that. Alright. We have made it to Dracula. On around 25 hearts for this. The Bat Gods, yeah, they were. That's a good way to refer to them, hell. The Bat Gods, because they do what they want sometimes. Alright, I want to get caught up fully on chat, because I'm going to be absolutely focused on this battle. Almost beat the Castlevania parts of Dead Cells, but I got destroyed by Medusa. Dead Cells is so good. That Castlevania content is so awesome. Yeah, that's I played that about a year ago and I thought it was great. OG Xbox D-pad kind of hurt my thumb. I was just playing it, managed to get through. You have both the Duke and the Slim Control too. Never played Castlevania, but I do have Castlevania DLC. That's really good DLC. I only played Dead Cells for the Castlevania DLC, and I fell in love with the game. The whole game is great. But yeah, if you enjoyed the Castlevania DLC, definitely, if you get the chance to play some of the other Castlevania games, do so. All right, I gotta focus on this. This can be a pretty tough fight. That was on me. Damn, that would have been a perfect place to... I don't want to spawn him right there. Alright, Cookie Monster time. Damn. I fucked up way too much on the first phase. I mean, I haven't played this game since January. I've been pretty pleased with my performance on this up until just now. So I'm pretty rusty. I've done this game deathless several times. That's just I think I could have got it if I had not hesitated whenever First Form Dracula hit me the third time. The first two times, there is a way to do that, and I don't fully understand the way to do it without getting... Like, it's all about where you are, which is where he'll teleport to. Oh, bastard. Okay, that's not too bad. Only one death. Haven't played the game since January. Only one death. Like, it's a 1cc. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Corker Monster. Thank you for the GGs. Only man. Right, right. Look, I have actually been whipped before, and no one think this in like a sexual sense. I actually owned like a leather whip as a kid. Like, it was from, I think I got it from Disney World, okay? Because they used to have like, well, they have the Pirates of the Caribbean, and you could buy like pirate stuff. And I remember we bought like an actual leather whip from Disney World, and I wanted to feel like what a whip felt like. So I had my sister whip me one time. Oh my God, this is sounding so terrible. And it hurt like shit. I'm gonna stop now because the story is sounding terrible. There's nothing bad about it, but the story is sounding awful, so I'm just going to stop. I want to say it was at the Pirates of the Caribbean shop. All right, so here we have Loop 2. We're not going to do Loop 2. So now we're going to move on to our next game. So, and I am playing these on original cartridges. So let me change some of these out. Oh shit, I just put that up, Suki. Let me look. I just put it back into the box. Let me see. This has the gold and black Nintendo seal of quality on the right. And on the left, there's like a red Nintendo scroll. So on the bottom left, there's like a red Nintendo scroll. And on the right, there is a black and gold Nintendo seal of quality. How many screws? I already put it back in the box. I'll look at that later. Let's get the next game going. All right. I like this game a lot. I know this game has a lot of naysayers. Prologue. Step into the shadows of Hell House. You've arrived back here at Transylvania on business. The text is moving too fucking quickly. Let's go ahead, though, and pull up the instruction manual. Which I shut that down accidentally. Okay, hang on. I'm going to look at the instruction manual for this one, like we did with the other one. So I have the buggy one. So that would have been the original release then, in North America. Okay, interesting. That's also the one, Suki. I remember this upset some people when the Anniversary Collection came out, because that's the ROM that they included in the Anniversary, which you would think M2 would do a little bit better than that. I'm gonna just start the game so we can have some music. Yeah, that works. That works. We have some music that way. All right, let me see what the volume for this needs to be at. Volume is good for this, so we're fine. Did it bring up the thing? Oh, it did. Okay, cool. All right, let's look at the game manual for Simon's Quest. I like this game. I know some people don't. Congratulations, you are now the authentic... Wait, you now own the authentic Konami home version of Simon's Quest. There's an arcade version? One of Konami's many original arcade hits. That's a lie. That's a lie! You now own the authentic Konami home version of Simon's Quest, one of Konami's many original arcade hits. No, Konami, you're lying to me. You're lying to me just like how all the villagers in this game will lie to me. We suggest you read the instruction manual thoroughly before playing the game. The second coming of Count Dracula. You're Simon Belmont, bravest of the brave, boldest of the bold, a Gothic warrior respected by kings. You earned your praise, not by crushing Viking invaders or Turkish hordes, but by destroying the evil Count Dracula in a duel to the death at Castlevania. But your victory proved painful, as the wounds inflicted during the duel slowly gnawed at your soul. One day, though, a beautiful maiden appeared. With a soft voice, she warned you that you were possessed by the Count's curse. She said your only hope of destroying the curse was healing your scars was to find the 5 body parts of Dracula and burn them in his castle, ending forever the reign of the Prince of Darkness. Suddenly, like most beautiful visions, she began to fade. And as you reached to touch her, she broke her final words. Fear not, brave Simon, for you have the courage to risk your life. You will find the strength to win again. In this one-player adventure, your quest is to discover Dracula's 5 missing body parts. Upon finding these items, proceed to Dracula's castle, where you'll again duel to the death with the Count. But heed the spirit's warning and find the magic cross before entering his domain. Quest won't be easy for you. Ow! For you must battle hideous fiends who stalk the land. Fortunately, the longer you survive, the greater your experience rating and the less vulnerable your troubled soul. Secrets to this adventure can be found as you wander around friendly Transylvania. Stop and talk to villagers because these helpful strangers will give you clues. Some merchants. Now, I'm not talking to a single damn person in this game. All right. Control pad. Night and day. Night and day. Transylvania at noon. When the sun shines upon this Eastern European village, all appears well and calm. Perfect time to discover clues and purchase weapons. Castlevania of Transylvania at the stroke of midnight. When the sun sets behind the Transylvanian mountains, the friendly villagers scatter for the safety of their homes, and creatures of all shapes and sizes and hairiness, roam the darkness. 6 haunting scenes, the mansions. There are 5 mansions located throughout the Transylvanian countryside. Each is heavily guarded. Each is a heavily guarded piece of the Count's corpse. You have the church, the ferryman, the forest, bridge over the River Dye, and the graveyard. Dracula's missing body parts: the nail, the eyeball, the rib bone, the ring, and the heart of Dracula. Why does this heart look like a lima bean? Watch out, the heart attacks. What? Magical weapons are the dagger, the silver knife, the gold knife, the oak stake, the flame, the leather whip, the thorn whip, the chain whip, the morning star, the flame whip. You also have the cross, white, blue, and red crystals, garlic, diamond, silk bag, hearts, holy water, and laurels. Count Dracula's best buddies: vampire bats, raven, spider, man-eating plant, zombie, vampira, aka Carmilla, slimy bar sinister? What? The fishman, the flamethrower, the two-headed creature, Freddy, ghostly eyeball, the mudman, the wolf, dragon bones, ghastly leech, skull, Medusa head, gargoyle, the grim reaper, the mummy, the wolfman, the zombie head, and the pirate skeleton. Treat your Konami game carefully. Castlevania 2. I love this game. So you really like this game too, Mako? Yeah, I like this game a lot. I will tell people about this though. There is a ROM hack called Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest Redaction, which gives the game a brand new translation, and also does some other things, like it speeds up the day to night transition, which I never had an issue with that. Some of the bosses are made a little bit more challenging, because the bosses in the OG game are very roll stop easy. Even Dracula is very easy. But Redaction is a really good ROM hack to play because the translation is just completely fresh, new, and accurate, unlike the translation in the English original one. And hey, Neo Lionheart, hi, good to see you, friend. How are you? I'll give you a shout out. I hope you're doing well today. Happy Sunday. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and get started with this. I am going for the good ending. This game will probably be the game that I'm on the longest, though. So, but I really love this game because this is a Metroidvania, and what I like about it is that, like, you barely spend any time in the castle. Like, most of the time in this game is spent just in the countryside and in different towns. And I really like that. The only other Castlevania that does something like that is Order of Ecclesia. But even with Ecclesia, you only have like one village that you go to. Alright, so I like to grind out I think it's 150 hearts I want to grind out, so that I can get the whip upgrade and the holy water here. because we're going to go quite a while before we have a chance for another whip upgrade. And the holy water is super helpful in finding like false blocks. I actually have a video on my YouTube about how to get the best ending in this game if anyone is ever wanting to like watch a walkthrough or anything. If you've never done the best ending. How are we 24? If I don't have over 100 and like 20 by the time that it becomes daytime, I reset this. Because you are kind of at the mercy of RNG. And you don't want to spend too much time because that can throw off kind of the timing for other towns and stuff later on. Generally, I get to Castlevania by the beginning, like the morning of day 5. Me too, Mako. Me too. I have always been fascinated with Romania. Not just for like the Dracula stuff, but like just the medieval history in general, even the modern history. Like whenever it was under the Ceausescu regime and everything, Romania has just struck me as this really fascinating, beautiful country I'd love to visit. When I was in grad school, one of my professors, she was from Romania, and she had some very interesting stories to tell. She participated in the revolution against Ceausescu, and after that, she said the country was a mess for quite a bit, which is when she decided to come here to the States. Now she is very happily retired. She retired last year, I think. Just a little bit more. Okay, not super ideal, but I don't think I'm far away from where I need to be, so this kind of works. 134. Okay, as long as these drop pretty quickly, this isn't too bad. It's 138. So I need what? 6 more? God, it's being stingy. Come on, just drop the stupid things. Let's just drop it. The monsters are just dropping one. Come on, drop. Both of you need to drop something. Okay, there's a level up. That's nice, I guess. There we go. Now, one thing that's nice is that you don't have to worry about time when you're inside a building. So when you're inside a building or a mansion, time does not pass. Lowest business tax of any country in Europe. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's not too surprising. I mean, if that's the case, that's not surprising. Here in the States, Texas kind of does the same thing. In that Texas has like really low taxes for business. So you have like a lot of businesses and just stuff that have been relocating to Texas for several years now. First stop is the first mansion. Alright, I have 26 hearts. We're going to need 50 by the time I get to the first old man.
And his name is John C.
Hey, Hathor. Hi, how are you doing? Give you a shout out real quick. I don't have to worry about time when I'm in the mansions, thankfully. But when I'm in the countryside, I am going to be trucking it because I do want the best ending on this. You saw that slime just went up? These 2 blocks here are fake blocks. Okay, so there's the old man. We need to make sure we have 50 hearts when we can get to him. I don't want to grind it there. That skeleton throws bones. Hey, Hathor, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, I saw you did some kill team yesterday. Did y'all use the new Necron, the Necron terrain, or no? I couldn't tell too much, but I saw that like you were playing against Necrons. I hope the game was fun. All right, so I got 50, so we're gonna go buy this. If you've never played this before, you have to get an oak stake before you get to the body part, because the body part of Dracula, they're sealed in these like orbs, and the oak stake will destroy the orb, allowing you to grab the body part. There's always an old dude somewhere in the mansion that will sell you an oak stake. You gotta be careful. There's some, yeah, these two are false blocks. Fuck. You now possess Dracula's rib. Sweet, we're gonna use that as a shield. Hey Elsa, good to see you. How are you doing today? I would eat an oak steak. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm at a restaurant, they have an oak steak, I'm gonna eat it. If it's, you know, as long as it's beef. No, you actually want to fall here. But hey, Elsa, good to see you. Go this way. NP squad was Necrons. It was me and my salamanders and my friends Night Lords first. Oh, okay, okay. It'd be all woody, probably so. I have been craving steak for a few weeks. I went to a steakhouse several weeks ago with my dad, and he got a steak. I got grilled salmon. I love salmon, but the salmon, it was terrible. It was barely, it had no seasoning or anything. Alright, so this is where I'm going to grind, this is where I'm going to grind 150 or 100? No, I'm going to grind 100 hearts, so that I have the currency I need to buy laurels in the next town. So if you ever need to grind hearts, do it while you're in a mansion, because the mansion does not waste time if you're trying to get the best ending. No, it wasn't dry. It had no seasoning. It wasn't cooked well. You know, I either like salmon smoked or like grilled very well. It just wasn't good. It wasn't good. So just gonna do a little grinding here.
Thank you.
Hey, Dragonoid, thank you for the year. Thank you very much for the year of support. I appreciate that a lot, friend. Thank you, thank you. Let me give you a big shout out. Y'all check out Mega Man Dragonoid. Dragonoid's been a good friend of the stream for over a year, but Dragonoid's actually one of the streamers that's going to be appearing on our Necromancy graduation stream next Sunday. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Dragonoid. Fried in olive oil. I've never had fried salmon before, honestly. Is it any good? You demand cookies? I've got some cookies I can give you. They're not good, though. I need to try ribs again. The only time I ever ate ribs was in the Final Fantasy XIV cafe in Japan. And I feel like they didn't have the best food anyway, because you go more so for the vibe of a tavern. That is really cool that there's an FF14 cafe. Is it like officially owned by Square? I mean, I'm sure it's licensed by some company or something. I didn't know there was such a thing. That sounds awesome. I don't even play FF14. I'm gonna have to look this up. Damn, I need to go to Japan. I need to go to Japan and Europe. Japan, parts of Europe, and Egypt. I wanna see the pyramids. Damn it! I know that's really touristy. I want to see the pyramids. I want to see if they're actually like space stations or not. Salmon I had at Disney World, amazing, and normally I'll choose steak over salmon. What part of Disney World did you get that in, Selnum? NPC units will respawn once the squad is at full health. Nice, nice. There's also a Dragon Quest cafe. Oh, nice. Salmon fried in olive oil meat. Yeah. Dragon Quest. I mean, I didn't know that. I know Japan and parts of Europe have Monster Hunter cafes. Oh god, that sounds so cool. Alright, one more heart and we can leave here. Alright, we're going to equip the rib. Now we have to go to the next town and rendezvous with Cobra Commander. I don't think the transition to day to night is bad. I never understood why the angry video game nerd, other than wanting to, you know, be funny, which is what James Rolfe does because he's a comedian, not a game critic. He's a comedian. I never understood why like that annoyed people, because to me the transition, it's not very disrupting. That's fine. Spiders can really ruin your day. Alright, we made it to the town. It's fine that I'm here at nighttime. Jeez. Okay. Didn't realize he was gonna take like 5 hits. Alright, that's where we're gonna buy the laurels. See, that guy only took 2 hits. Because what I normally do is this is where you meet Cobra Commander at, and I generally just kind of grind until then. Why did that one guy take like 6 hits? But we're just gonna grind here because we can't talk to the guy until it's morning. Gross, I took some serious damage there. I'm getting XP out of this, very little. There we go. Morning sun has vanquished the horrible night. And there's Cobra. Look, it looks like Cobra Commander.
Cobra! I'd like to exchange a white crystal for a blue one. Cobra!
Okay, we got that. I'm gonna get caught up on chat once I get inside the next building, because right now the clock is ticking for the depending on what ending I'll get. So let me just go inside here and then I can get caught up, because time doesn't pass when you're in buildings. Okay, let's see what's going on in chat. Brr, 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 brr. Oh, that doesn't sound too difficult to make. Official Square Cafe, there are 3 of them close to each other actually in Akihabara. One is seasonal based on the random Square IP. There's the Dragon Quest one, and there's the perpetually FF14 one. That is so cool. I've been to the seasonal one when they did a Midgar theme. Oh my god, that's awesome. He's more of a filmmaker than who? The Metal Gear guy? Miso Salmon. At Yakin yet? I don't think I've eaten there. Been to the Capcom Cafe, though they closed it down like 2 years ago. Oh my goodness. Jeez, I wish we had stuff like that here in the States. Even then, it would probably be a drive for me since I'm down here in Cajun land. Yeah, it is already time for a new whip. That's why I think it's important to get the whip upgrade at the very beginning of the game, because otherwise you have an even weaker whip. Alright, so you want to buy 2 sets of laurels from this guy. So now we're going to go to Mansion 2. Seriously? Oh my god. I'm probably gonna die in the next mansion. Oh my god, I'm lucky that actually didn't damage me. Now, do I want to grind out a level here? Because if I grind out a level, that'll get me, that'll bring my health up, and I'm going to grind out a level here anyway. I just normally do it after I get the body part. Yeah, I'm gonna grind. I think I need like 200 XP. Or maybe even 175. That won't take long to get. We're gonna do that. Because there are some enemies that do hit very hard here. The knights hit very hard. This isn't a bad dungeon, but there's also some tricky jumps here too. Death isn't really punitive in this game. The biggest thing you have to watch out about as it relates to dying is a game over will erase any... It'll reset your hearts and experience to 0. Like, you'll still have your items, you'll still have whatever levels you had gained, but whatever your working XP is and your heart levels, that gets all reset, and that can be a big problem up until a certain point in the game when you don't really need to buy anything anymore. Which is pretty much in game. I forget what the next level is at. If it's at a 150, 175. I don't think it's at 200. Clown farts. I hear clown farts. Clowns are farting. Clowns are farting here in a Texas basement. And the Alamo. Hey, Cowbell. Hi, how are you? Is that a 360 stream streak I see? Oh man, thank you for that. Thank you. How are you doing? How's your day going? How's your weekend been? Also, if you ever just want to like farm hearts, keep in mind that like the maximum you can have at any point is 256. So if you're trying to farm like 300 hearts, don't. You can't hold more than 256. You're doing good, nice. Yeah, we're doing our Castlevania thing today, and I'm excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're finally starting the Super Nintendo Mini. Which, again, I'm just kind of perplexed at how few games there are on that, having gone through the TG16 and the Genie Mini 2. The Genie Mini 2 had like 60 games on it. TG16 had close to 60. Super Nintendo Mini has like 20. Maybe a little bit more than that. Thanks, Nintendo. There we go, there's our level up. Birthday dinner? Is today your birthday? Well, happy birthday! Happy birthday. Would you like me to sing happy birthday? Probably not. But happy birthday, friend. I hope it's I hope you have a wonderful day today. What is your mom cooking for you? Oh, that's wonderful. Buy oak steak here. You won't see that, by the way, if you don't have the blue orb equipped, so make sure you have that equipped, otherwise you won't see the moving block. It'll be like a ghost pushed you. And you'll be like, hey, where's Zach Bagans? I need Zach Bagans. There's a ghost in this spooky mansion. Homemade pizza and sausage and bread. I have pictures from last year. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Well, have a happy birthday. I hope everything is awesome today. Are you doing any gaming today? Are you playing any video games? Uh-oh, did I just hear thunder? If you care, there's a tip here. Garlic in the graveyard summons a stranger. You don't need that to beat the game or to even get the best ending, though. Like, you get garlic, you put it in a graveyard, some dude shows up. I forget what you even get. It's not necessary, though. Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of thunder right now. I'm gonna check my weather in a moment. You now possess Dracula's heart. I'd like to play KCD 2 in a bit. Nice. Laurel Patch and yeah, it's the silver. Yeah. That's right. Silver Dagger. That's the one. I think that's the one that's east of the last village I was in. I've done a no death 100% inventory play of this, but that was like a one-time thing. I don't have any interest in doing that again. All right, let me look at my weather real quick. See what we're dealing with. Oh. Looks like it's gonna be kind of rainy here. With kind of the worst thunderstorms going on for like the next hour. And then after that, it looks like it's just kind of just rain and drizzle until around 6, 7 o'clock. You have some scattered storms. Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like here. So, doesn't look like it's gonna be like bad. So unless I have like thunder and lightning that shakes my house, I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, why not? How many hearts I have? Okay, I have over 200. I think the next village I'm going to does have a church. so we can leave now. Yeah, but I really like this game. I think this game is just so neat. We need to walk down here because there's some water I can I can jump into. I don't want to. Nice, and we can just leave the mansion. Okay, absolutely hate these. Okay, didn't die. That's good. I don't really care about damage right now because Pizza Maid! Hi Pizza Maid! We get a shout out for Pizza Maid. Hi Pizza Maid, how are you? This isn't necessary. I do like to grab this though because it's like right here. Basically you get the fire bomb, which is a pretty... It's a powered up version of the holy water, because holy water as a weapon really kind of starts to suck really quickly. That does a good job, but the thing with that is it does burn hearts. But hi Pizza Maid, hi, how are you? How's your day? CV1 went pretty good. I did take one death at Dracula, but I got him on my second attempt. I haven't played that game since January, so I was pretty happy with it. And honestly, I think I could have gotten him on my first attempt, but I took a really pointless hit of damage from him during his first phase. Like, he hit me 3 times during his first phase. The third hit really should have been avoided by me. Like, the first 2 would have been really tricky to avoid. That's a hard fight, though. That's one of the hardest Draculas in Castlevania. Like the series, not the game. Yeah, it's Cowbell's birthday. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I 1cc'd it, and yeah, I've done that game deathless several times. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, this is the reason I do this marathon in September, is to have kind of a good warm-up with these games for Dot's Castlevania event in October. But I've barely played any Castlevania this year. I think Death is harder than Dracula. If you don't use sub-weapons. Did you see what that bird tried to do to me? Did you see what that bird tried to do? God damn, I hate birds. Fuck birds. Oh my god, Cowbell, I have been fascinated with the cassowary or cassowary. That thing is so fascinating and so frightening. Alright, we're gonna chill here for a second. I'm gonna wait till daytime. I need to buy something here. Oh my god. What time is it? It's 2:30 here. I don't know when I'm gonna eat food. Stream's been going for, what, 2.5 hours? I forgot I had that title until you said something about it. Okay. Purchase a chain whip. We're gonna stop by the church real quick just to get healed. Yeah, I forgot when I set that up. God damn that skeleton. I always forget about him. Alright, so here we are back in the starting town. Which we're just going to be walking through it. We have no business here. I don't even want to stop at the church. Sure, I'll take you to a good place. I like how he doesn't even stop for you. Like, what a jerk. Alright, so here we're going to go find Cobra Commander again. There he is.
I'd like to exchange a blue crystal for a red one.
Was I nervous about preparing for the marathon? A little bit, because I've been very rusty with these games. I did play a couple of them off stream, not all of them. Didn't do this one. This one's too long to kind of practice on. So a lot of this I'm just kind of going with oh shit, I fucked up there. Okay, so I want to choose the heart now. I'm gonna go back here. I think I get to the ferryman before nighttime. Perfect. Let me show you the way. Sorry, I'll get caught up on chat in just a bit. This is a really kind of time crunchy part of the game. Really? Right before I'm jumping? Okay. Alright, here's Mansion 3. Okay, let me get caught up on chat. Were you nervous? Yeah, a little bit. I always get nervous for these marathons, though. But I did practice a couple games I hadn't played since like last October, like Adventure Rebirth and Castlevania 4. Tomorrow going back to university, only a welcome course meeting. Yeah, I'm glad to finally get a chance to finish my degree. Oh, that's wonderful, Mako. That's wonderful. How much longer do you have left? Like, when do you think you'll finish your degree? Yeah. No, he doesn't take you any place bad, but alright, so this is Mansion 3. This is where we're gonna fight death. Trying to remember the layout of this mansion. Is this the one? No, that's Mansion 4, I think. There's one where if you miss the Oak Man, like if you don't have enough hearts to buy the thing from him, like you have to go around the entire mansion just to get back to him. It's really, really tricky. Oh, this is also going to be the last mansion where I do any kind of grinding too. I didn't need to go up there. Come on, come down. I'll be redoing my second year now that they're and then year 3, so hopefully only 2 years. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Just stick with it, and you'll get through it. You know, I've often looked at like university degrees as just more of an endurance thing. I mean, yeah, they do require intelligence, but you know, it's more or less, I think, just staying on top of stuff, getting the assignments done, and so forth. I actually really loved when I was an undergraduate. I really enjoyed college a lot, and then I went to grad school, and grad school just made me miserable. Okay, so here, how are we on hearts? We have a lot. But I'm gonna kill these guys with this. Oh shit. Didn't realize that guy could come up there like that. Okay, so here I'm gonna switch to this. This guy is a pain. I don't like this. There we go. That's one of the few times I use the big fire bomb. Okay, right. Okay, I remember the layout of this one. Okay, there's a lot of really meanly placed knights coming up. But let's get our oak stake. Mako, if you don't mind me asking, what is your major? What will you be getting your degree in? Just want the paper. Yep. That's the thing about a college degree. In a lot of ways, it's just kind of a credential. People see you have it, and they're like, "Yeah, okay, well, you can do this, this, and this, and this." You know, not every job. I mean, some jobs obviously not, but sometimes it's just a credential you just need for certain things. Japanese language specifically. Oh, that's cool. That's really awesome. Do you by chance follow Dot Level? I think she has her degree in Japanese, and she used to work in the manga industry. And she's very fluent in it. She just reads She'll play untranslated games and just read the stuff like nothing. Hey Rocker, welcome back. Yeah. I'm glad you liked that video. I'm really thinking of doing one for Gargoyle's Quest soon. Alright, so here comes our first boss of the game. Here comes Death. Hi, Death. Bye, Death. You Larkin? Okay. Right, so we did that. And yes, I am actually going to fight Death, but I like fighting Death from the left side, not the right side. We are going to have a Laurel ready. Death is pretty easy, but in certain circumstances, he can do a lot of, like, stupid damage to you. Did a lot more damage to me than I should have taken. Jeez. Why does my holy water look like someone peed in it? I know this game has a lot of graphical glitches, but it looks like someone peed in my holy water. Did Death pee in my holy water? Oh yeah, I love that emote.
Forky!
What? Rocker. I used to be really good in French. I studied French, Latin, and a little bit of Greece, ancient Greece, when I was in undergraduate. And my Latin was always good at the reading level. Like, you don't study Latin to speak it, because they don't even speak it at the church in the church. I don't think, unless like they're giving some kind of like prayer or eulogy. Like, you don't have priests walking around the Vatican speaking to each other in Latin, I don't think. Maybe you do, I don't know. But my Latin was really good. I had really good reading knowledge of Latin. I read like the Iliad and the Odyssey in the original. My French was good. I had good conversational French, and I could translate French into English pretty easily. And then I stopped using them, and I've lost it. Like, I don't have the skill I used to have with those languages, and it kind of makes me really sad. It's Italian, yeah, probably so. Thank you for the cookie. That's how holy water works. Blessing is angel pee. Oh my god. Okay, well, okay, it's not pea colored anymore. Hang on. I forget. I think Death respawns. These slimes are the worst enemies in this game. Fuck slimes. I need to do a Japanese level test on Thursday just to show I can join second year. Hope I didn't lose much over the year because I kind of neglected it a bit. Learning one of the oldest. Oh, interesting. Interesting. When I was keeping up with my French, I was doing Duolingo. And I was also trying to use Duolingo to learn Welsh. I don't have a drop of Welsh blood in me. I've got a whole bunch of other British ethnicities, but no Welsh. But I find like the Welsh language and culture and everything to just be fascinating. And Welsh is such a weird language. It's so weird. But it was really cool. But I pissed off the owl. I didn't keep up with it. I need to be able to kill you without taking a hit. He will kill me. Let me see if I can use the dagger. Yeah. Now, this is going to determine whether I get out of here alive or not, these guys. Oh my god, this is... Oh! That dude just went through the wall! Thank you, game! Oh my god, thank you, wonky Castlevania 2. If Pizza Mate, if you were to learn Basque, how would you go about it? Would you like start with something like Duolingo or hang on, how do you get down here? Okay, this is the last grinding spot. I should be able to. Yeah, I'm gonna want to level, and I need max level hearts so I can get the next whip upgrade and some other stuff. So this is the last bit of grinding I do in this game, is right here. I want to do an ancestry thing. All my family is Polish, but I know one of my great grandparents was Austrian, and my mom's side great-grandpa was Italian. Interesting. Yeah, ancestry is really neat. My mom is really big into it. And my mom's side of the family is a mixture of English, Scottish, and Irish. And we found some neat things. Like there's some... she's been able to date some of the lines going back as far as the Norman Conquest, which is interesting because there's some like nobles and stuff in the family tree if you go back far enough, which is not uncommon if you have European ancestry. The further back you go, you will probably find some nobility in there, just because the population used to be so much smaller and so forth. It's not really... It's neat. It's not something to brag about, I think. My dad's side of the family, though... my dad's side of the family is purely Sicilian. And we've been able to trace with certainty the line back to the mid 19th century, whenever they came over, which was shortly after the American Civil War. After that, like before that, there's a whole bunch of speculation on ancestry, and one of my ancestors, this would have been someone that also came from Sicily, but immigrated to the U.S. And we know this for certain. This isn't a direct descendant, but it is a descendant. It is somebody I do share an ancestor with. Was a early figure in the American Mafia. I can't tell you the name because he has the same last name that I have. So I'm kind of doxing myself. But I remember, like, this is not family stuff that was talked about growing up. This is stuff I discovered on my own, digging around on the internet and looking at what was available. And I remember I went to my grandfather and my dad at a family event one day, and I brought it up. I asked about it. And my dad got, like, super quiet, and my grandfather just looked me straight in the eye. And this is a guy that was a combat vet of World War II. He just looked me straight in the eye. He was just like, we don't talk about him. And I never, ever brought it up to him again. And yeah, he died in 2014. Hey, Ace, good to see you. Good to see you, Ace. How are you? But yeah, ancestry stuff I think is really, really fascinating, Mako. I would encourage you to do that. My mom's like all into that, like the DNA and the Ancestry.com stuff and all that. And I look at the stuff she sends me. I don't submit my stuff because I don't necessarily trust those services. I kind of feel like they take your stuff, they give you this information, and then they probably also send the information to the government. Because I want to say I have heard of people being arrested based on DNA evidence that came from family members who submitted stuff to, like, 21andMe and those kind of things. And granted, I'm not planning to commit any kind of crimes or to become a criminal. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to freely give that information to the government at the same time. But Ace, good to see you. How are you doing? Hey Fractional, good to see you too. How are you doing? Yeah, this is my Leon Belmont outfit, which is sadly going away once the new model comes out. But it's good to see you, Fractional. Can we get a shouty for Fractional, please? I think the reason my grandfather didn't like talking about it is because, he grew up in a period where, Italian Americans were kind of stigmatized as, like, all of them having associations with the mafia and everything. He was born over 100 years ago. He was born in the early 1920s, and certainly that's something I've heard, is that, like, Italian Americans for a long time had to kind of deal with sort of that, oh, well, who's got an Italian last name must be in the mafia, he's got to be a criminal. And yet here we were with an actual family member who got some stuff going for some other guys. Okay, there's gonna be a skeleton right here. No, there's not. Yeah, good to see you, Fractal. We're doing a Castlevania marathon today. Already gone through the first one. This is the one that I'm going to spend the longest on, just because it's a Metroidvania. No, wait. No, you don't do that. You do this. Otherwise, he will hit you. Okay, and this is very important. You want to take the lower route. Do not take the upper route. The upper route seems better. Oh, well, never mind. I took hit. Anyway, there's a false floor right here, right over this pit. And even if you're aware of it, it's really hard to, like, not hit those spikes coming from there. Okay, so where am I? Okay, I know where I'm at. Alright, so let's equip this. I have 3 laurels. Okay, I need to buy laurels in the next village. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I had a professor in grad school who I was talking about her earlier. She was from Romania, and she participated in the revolution that overthrew Ceausescu. Moved to the States because Romania was apparently very messy for a while after the revolution. But she would willingly talk about that. She was just like, yeah, I helped bring down this asshole dictator. I'm proud of what I did. She was a character. She was a character. She just recently retired. Shit. This is where you buy laurels, right? Maybe it's the next floor. Shit, man, I don't remember if this is where I buy laurels or not. It's either here or in the church. I guess we'll just stay here. All right, thank you for the cowbell lurk. Cowbell, thank you for the lurk, cowbell. It's Cowbell's birthday, everybody. One of my best friends is actually Italian American from Florida. It was always mafia jokes. I mean, I make a lot of mafia jokes. I've been fascinated with the mafia most of my life. I've read a lot about it. I make mafia jokes all the time. I wonder if I would be that way if I had grown up like in my grandfather's shoes, you know? Because I've never experienced any kind of like discrimination or any kind of like, you know, negative comments because of my last name. Am I supposed to be stopping here, or do I go to the next town? I cannot remember for the life of me. I think I need to move on. I don't think I'm supposed to stop here. I certainly don't think it's, Is it very Italian? My last name? Yes, it is. Okay, well, we're gonna see what this guy sells. Buy some of my... Oh, laurels. Okay, okay. Buy some of my laurels. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. I needed laurels from this bro. Okay. So this works. This works. Okay. So I didn't waste any extra time. So this all tracks. That's what the kids say, right? Right, the next town is where I buy, I actually need 200 hearts for the next town, but the next town is like right there. These guys are good to kill for hearts, though. There we go. Okay. Jeez, where is this guy? I think this guy is over here. Sword Saint Michael. I married into a very Italian family. My mother-in-law just came back from Italy and brought us back some soil from... Oh, that's cool. What part of Italy, if you don't mind me asking, pizza made? Still get all the lovely traditions. Yeah, my Italian American family like had some really good really neat traditions that they've just kind of upheld. I should also go back and correct something I said earlier. I said that my mother's family is primarily made up of British ethnicity. That's true on her dad's side. There's a lot of English, Scottish, and Irish. On her mom's side, on my maternal grandmother, my maternal grandmother was your typical from around here, little Cajun lady, spoke French and everything. So I also do have some Cajun French too. She used to get on the phone and talk to relatives and stuff that could only speak French, which that's kind of something that's disappearing here in Louisiana. Because for most of the 20th century, especially the middle part, both the state government and federal government very much discouraged the use of French amongst speakers here. So it kind of got almost erased, I guess you could say. There's been efforts to kind of undo that, but that's kind of hard with also like just modernity and you know. Alright, so we're gonna kneel here. This part that the AVGN hates. There's mansion number 4. Hey Herc, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're well. Can we get a shout out for Herc, please? Herc's been a follower and a friend for a long time of the stream, and no, I fell. Okay, where do you fall? Where do you fall? Thank you, Lantis. Hi, Lantis. We'll do a shout out for Lantis. Little figure EB was giving away of Simon Belmont. No, I don't. I don't remember that one. What did it look like? Dude! Man, I hate these slimes. Oh my god, I'm probably gonna have to grind a level here too just to get health back. Okay, this is the mansion where you can miss the oak guy and have to go around it, so I do have to grind out 50 hearts right here. But Lance, it's good to see you. How are you today? Thankfully, there is no boss here, and even if there was, the next boss is Carmilla. She is very easy to kill without taking a single point of damage. Okay, that's 50. Great. Is that not where? No, it's not right. It's not, because I haven't come across the hanging corpses yet. Boy, I'm not remembering this mansion at all. Yeah, they're the hanging corpses. That was close. Yeah, then you go through here. And this is where you want to make sure that you have enough to buy this. Otherwise, you have to go around the entire mansion all over again. I'm having a great weekend, Lantis. How about yourself? I talked to a certain somebody about what we were DMing, and I think everybody's all on board with it. So we just kind of have to coordinate it. So I'm very excited for that. Okay. Oak steak. You now possess Dracula's nail. Gross. Fingernail. Oh shit. I don't want Dracula's nasty ass fingernail. Alright, I unfortunately am going to have to grind here a little bit, which sucks. First, let me make sure I'm getting experience off these guys. Yeah, I am. Okay, so we're gonna have to grind it. I took a bunch of stupid damage. I haven't died yet, so I'm trying to, at this point, I want to make sure I can do this game deathless. And get the best ending. Man, there's some lag in this area. I guess because there's just so many skeletons moving around. I don't have to grind for hearts anymore. I'm done buying stuff. I have the best whip you can get through buying stuff. And the only better whip you get is something that an old man gives you, but you have to have this whip in order to get it. Okay, I'm gonna kind of get 100, and then we'll move on a little bit. Kind of break up the monotony here. Quiet, uneventful weekend. I love not having... Boy, it's nice, right? When you can just kind of chill and not worry about much. I love those kind of weekends. What are you doing this weekend? Nothing. Oh, you want to... No, I want to do nothing. Don't call me to do stuff. I'm doing nothing this weekend. I think we're back at the beginning of the mansion now. Yeah, okay, so this is where I'll finish grinding right here. Yeah, this is the exit. You know, a game like this, I would like to sit down and learn at some point. I've never done before. Is on the NES. Much more jankier than this. Friday the 13th. I actually really like the Friday the 13th game. I think it's really neat. And it's kind of like this too, where you have to kind of wander and go into the right place at the right time and everything. It has better bosses than this game. I will give it that. Wait, no, I'm not thinking of Friday the 13th. I'm thinking of Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm thinking on Nightmare on Elm Street. The one with Freddy Krueger. That's the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, Friday the 13th is also really good on NES. I think that game gets a lot of shit. I can't believe I just got my slasher monsters mixed up. Hey, what up, John? What's up? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't understand people that hate that game. Like, Friday the 13th on NES is really good. But yeah, I was talking about I had meant to talk about Nightmare, because that one's very much kind of like Simon's Quest. I think it's got better bosses anyway. We'll usually run out of lives towards the end. See, I've never tried to beat it. I really would like to sit down and learn that game one day. Yeah. The one with the at the camp and everything with purple Jason. I remember they did an action figure of NES Jason Voorhees at a Comic-Con or something years back. I really wanted one, but it was expensive, and I've got too much crap as is. It's like, oh boy, do I really need more plastic junk?
Of course, master.
Daily Necromancer lore. Thank you, Rico. There was once a necromancer who had a side hustle as a stand-up comedian. He hated the job. He always had a dead audience. That's so bad. That's so bad. But hey, what's up, One Up? How are you doing? Alright, should get a level up soon. I just want to make sure I have enough health. I think it's at 200. What level am I now? 3? Yeah, I think the next one's at 200. I've played it. I've never beaten it. I want to say I played it back in May last for like a subathon thing. I think I had to play it for like an hour. I actually kind of started figuring it out too. I don't think I would want to sit down and beat that one though. It's a little too jank for me. Now, one NES spooky action platformer I really like, which is really close to Castlevania, that I do really want to sit down and like learn it really well, is a game called Frankenstein. And basically it's kind of like Castlevania, except instead of Dracula being the big bad, it's the Frankenstein monster. But I really like that game. It plays really well. It plays really close to Castlevania, but it has its own like identity. I really like that one. Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard. I've gotten about halfway before on casual playthroughs. I would really like to sit down and learn that one all the way. Yeah, Dracula works for him in that one. Hey, Samus, good to see you. And Professor Hammerad, good to see you too. You think you've seen this game before? Where have you seen it before, Professor? Give Samus and Professor Hammerad shouties too. Y'all check them out if you haven't. How are y'all today? Yeah, I guess it's 250 for the next level up. Yeah, I really like the Frankenstein NES game. I haven't played it in forever. I want to say Dot played it about a year ago or so for her platform again, and it was fun because she had never played it before. She didn't know what to expect. She of course beat it. But I want to do that game at some point. Probably after we get through all the mini consoles, which we have 2 left, maybe 3. I haven't decided if we're doing the PlayStation 1 Mini. Just got back from a local reptile show. I have not played Dr. Chaos, but I have recently bought a copy of Dr. Chaos, and I'm planning to play it in October. I haven't played it yet, but I am planning to do that very, very soon, actually. What a horrible night to have a curse. Oh yeah, no, that's not gonna. I'll give you your morning star. I'll give your morning star power to burn away evil. Yay, flame whip. What kind of reptiles did you see at the reptile show? Did they have Komodo dragons? I want a pet Komodo dragon. I know I can't. I know I can't have one, and even if I could, I shouldn't have one. But I want a pet. I've always wanted a pet Komodo dragon to like love and huggle on and be like, oh, you're such a sweet dinosaur. You're such a sweet dinosaur. I've never played the Goonie games too much, but in there's a Japanese only game called Konami YY World. It's a Famicom game. It's basically a crossover of all like the big Konami IPs of the time, and Mikey's playable in it. And there's a Goonies world in it, and you can take Simon Belmont into the Goonies world. You can take Goemon in there. No Komodo dragons. That's not super villain, it's just... Okay, there is a way you can glitch a death here on these fire guys. I've done it several times, I don't know how. But I always get nervous when I get here, because... yeah. Oh my god, that was close. Thought he was going to knock me back into the thing. I'm actually a little worried about my time. Should be fine. Alright, final mansion. I should be fine. After this, it's basically just a mad dash to Dracula. Konami Man is in Goonies too. How did the internet ruin Goonies for you? Yeah, King Kong's in it too. When they have apparently re-released YY World here and there in Japan, and they obviously have had to remove both King Kong and Mikey. I think in the case of King Kong they just called him something else, but I think in the case of Mikey they just removed it. They're like, Sean Astin's still alive. Let's not tempt fate. Samwise might be very litigious in real life. Which that would make me actually really sad if he was. We go up here for our oak dude. Yeah, everything I've seen about Sean Astin, he seems really cool. But, you know, I bet lawyers be like, oh, we shouldn't do that. Anyway, if you do like NES era action platformers, you should play Konami YY World. The second one's okay. I think that the first one is much more experimental and neat. Oh, right, this guy's a big ass. Okay, here's the second boss of the game, Carmilla. Hi, Carmilla. Bye, Carmilla. Yes. Imagine, Mako. Imagine you used to be like imagine someone that was like a traditional goon, right? A henchman, a minion, someone that like worked for a boss, right? I'm gonna send my goons after you. I'm gonna send my thugs after you. I'm gonna send my henchmen. Imagine like you worked in that line. That was your career. You were a career goon. Then Gen Z comes around. And I know I have a bunch of Gen Zs here, don't take personal offense. Gen Z comes around and redefines the word goon and what it means. Just imagine what that did to the self-esteem of so much hired muscle in the world. Alright. Hi, Carmilla. Bye, Carmilla. No, you actually have to defeat her. Otherwise, you can't get into Castlevania. Yeah, she has a really cool design. I'm glad they've made references to the mask in later games too. Whenever they kind of like decided to kind of redesign her with Laura. I do need 3 of those. Okay, we have all of Dracula's body parts. Let's go fight the hardest Dracula in the series. Isn't it funny how like in the first Castlevania, how it's like one of the hardest Dracula fights in the series, and then we get to this one and it's like the easiest. Carmilla, yes. Carmilla was in Circle of the Moon and had an amazing design, both normal human mode and monster mode. Carmilla is awesome in Circle of the Moon. That game's not canon though, if anyone cares about Castlevania canon, which I'm a huge Castlevania nerd. I don't really care about Castlevania canon. There are games that they're like, ours isn't canon, which I feel could be canon. Like Legacy of Darkness. They say it's not canon, or at least Igarashi did. But it kind of fits canon perfectly. Alright, let's go to Castlevania. I do need to actually kill these guys. What am I doing? Yeah, I have not taken a death so far. These jumps. You go higher whenever you when the block is moving upwards. So don't ever try to jump when it's going lower, or you're going to do a really bad jump and probably die. As easy as Drac is, I have actually been killed by him before. It was a huge what the fuck moment, but I have actually been killed by Dracula in this game. I shouldn't get killed by him, but it's not a guarantee. Fucking bird ladies! There are only 2 Medusa heads in the game. Yeah, I agree with that statement, Mako. I like both games a lot. This game is definitely, I think, much friendlier than Zelda 2. And look, if you're going into this game for the first time, no walkthroughs, no nothing, it's still pretty daunting. But Zelda 2, which you can beat without a guide, Zelda 2 is a hard fucking game. It definitely does get more hate than it deserves. I'm a huge fan of this. Hate the translation, don't hate the game. It's not the game's fault. It had an English translation. Yeah, I'm running behind on time. This is actually a neat town because everyone here hates Simon. But I'm not spending any time talking to the people, so bye, people. Oh no, birds. Should not be nighttime. But we're practically at the gates of Castlevania, so I think I did make it in time. It's the 5th day, 18th hour. Dude, where's the fucking... Alright, we're in Castlevania. Okay, we're still in the 5th day. I should have the best ending. There's another game, Mako, for the NES, very similar to Zelda 2. It has to do with, like, Greek mythology. I have a copy of it. I haven't played it. I saw another streamer playing it a while back, and I'm like, ooh, this is something I want to do down the road. Trying to remember what it's called. It's very, very like Zelda 2. And I want to say it like the theme is on... Thank you, Ramses. Thank you. Battle of Olympus, yes. Yeah, have y'all played that? If so, what do y'all think? You gonna say Rambo? Hey, Dracula, you nerd, where's my money? I have died on that before. It's so easy. I always find it funny that Simon is like at Dracula's grave, like praying and showing respect. No, fuck that. This is the guy. This is where you urinate on a grave. The encounter with Dracula is terminated. Thank you for the GGs. Well, something has put an end to the eternal darkness in Transylvania right after the ending. His blood and sweat have penetrated the earth and will induce magic and happiness for those who walk on this land. Yeah, who gave a grave to this guy? Oh, stop it, Drac. You're not going to be back until the one with juice, whatever that one is. Which one is that? That's Harmony of Dissonance. All right, that's Castlevania 2. Let me get caught up on chat, and then we'll get started with Castlevania 3. I am going to take a lunch break in about half an hour, though. Rambo is a certified great for sickos game. Yeah, I picked up Battle of Olympus too a while back. There was a VTuber, I forget their name. They were streaming it a while back, and it looked really, really awesome. Oh, thank you, Ace. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, let's move on to Castlevania 3. Now, this is the one Castlevania game I'm playing today that I have never done deathless. I've done the Japanese version of this deathless. I did it deathless last year for Dot's challenge. And I've 1CC'd the North American version, but I've never deathless the North American version. I've come very close before, but I'm looking to just beat it today. All right, so let's get that started. Put that cartridge in. Okay, sorry about that. I was putting cartridges up and everything. So like, despite the fact that I've never deathless this game, this is actually my favorite NES game. I love this game. Easily my favorite NES game, and I like this version more than the Japanese version. Are you going to be participating in Jankuary, Ramses? I'm going to this year. I was caught off guard by it last year, and having just finished December, I didn't want to do another themed month, but I'm going to participate in it this year. All right, I'm going to order me some food. I've not eaten. I did have breakfast. No, I'm not ordering KFC. I can't. Okay, let's look at the prologue here, and then we'll look at the instruction manual. During 15th century Europe, there lived a person named Dracula. He practiced sorcery in order to create a bad world filled with evil. He began taking over the continent of Europe, changing countries from good to bad. The good people of Europe tried to fight off Dracula, but no one was able to survive. I should play Kid Dracula for Jankuary. Finally, the Belmont family was summoned to battle Dracula's vile forces. The Belmont family has a long history of fighting evil. The townspeople became afraid of the Belmont's superhuman power and asked them to leave the country. Fortunately, the people found a Belmont called Trevor. That seems contradictory. Get the fuck out, but we're happy we found you? The curse of Dracula has begun. The fate of Europe lies with Trevor. Yeah, and I think so far as Jankuary, I think it's a new thing. Like, I think like last year, or this year actually, this year was the first time he did it. which I think he did it as a response to Dawsember, if I remember correctly. And Zophar's been in the channel a few times. He's really cool. Okay, let's look at the instruction manual. Did I close that one as well? I did. Okay. Alright, so here's the instruction manual. Here's Castlevania 3's NES instruction manual. Congratulations! You're now the proud owner of Konami's authentic version of Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse for the Nintendo Entertainment System. We suggest you read the following instructions before you risk your neck. Well, I'm glad they didn't lie about it being an arcade original like they did with Simon's Quest. What? Does Dracula have dentures? Really? Really? Who drew that? Someone drew Dracula's fangs and dentures. Really? It's a cursed world we live in. Thanks to Drac. The time is 100 years before Simon Belmont's birth. The moon burns red overhead and black clouds loom large on the horizon. All is still and quiet. Only the call of a distant crow stirs the cold night air. Suddenly thunder roars out of the morbid mountains and into the village of Wirakiria. Like the yell of an angry giant, the terrible sound shakes homes and shops as if they were sampling branches. This is actually written pretty well, but you couldn't have translated Wallachia correctly. But no one blinks an eye. The village is dead calm, for all the people have fled after receiving warnings from the great beyond that Count Dracula has assembled a mighty army of evil, and they're poised to march up the Valley of Graveyards to bury mankind in a tomb of terror. Valley of Graveyards, Tomb of Terror? Was someone pitching D&D adventures to TSR? Unfortunately, there's no corner on Earth that won't be gobbled up by this bloodthirsty legion of swamp dragons, slasher skeletons, and forces of the undead. The last line of defense is you, Trevor Belmont, forefather of Simon Belmont, and the origin of the Belmont warlord chromosomes. What? Belmont warlord chromosomes. But your chances are slimmer than Jim. Is there a Slim Jim reference here? Should I be reading this in the Macho Man's voice? No, I shouldn't, because I won't have a voice left. In fact, the only real edge you had... This feels like it was written by two different people. This, like, the first paragraph feels very different from this paragraph. You have over this fanged, sharpened freak is your power to transform into 3 different partner spirits. Grant Dynasty, the ferocious ghost pirate, Sypha, the mystic warlord, and Alucard, Dracula's forgotten son. Each of these spirits will confront you as you fight through 17 possible levels of never-ending fright, including the haunted ship of fools, the clock tower of untimely death, and Cursed Castle. You must also possess the strength to wield the mighty battle axe and mystic whip, which were given to you by the Poltergeist King. Poltergeist King, what? So go forth, young Trevor, into the cold black night where death lurks around every corner and evil lingers on every stone. And remember, if your courage and cunning are any less than magnificent, or if you fail to choose the correct paths of fate, you'll be banished to the world of undead, and zombies will rule until the end of time. That's a very weird picture of dentures. They paid someone $5 more for extra. Apparently so. Oh my god. No wonder a lot of people today don't take NES manuals seriously. How to play in the graveyard. The adventure revolves around tough as nails Trevor Belmont. As Trevor, you'll find several locations through your journey through the roads. Sorry, no spoons? Where the road forks. Sorry, no spoons. Someone really thought they were being clever. In 2 directions. One of these paths of fate, you must make a choice. Which way do you go, George? Which way do you go, George? Which way do you go? I'm about to stop reading this. This is bad. The spirits and enemies you encounter and your fate itself will be determined by the path you choose. So try and remember your Cub Scout day. Okay, we're done reading that. Let's look at our characters. We have Trevor C. Belmont, Spirit Alucard, Spirit Grant Dynasty, Spirit Sypha Belnatus. Trevor is the infamous. That is really small. I need to make this a little bit bigger on my old people eyes. Trevor is the infamous forefather of Simon Belmont, the mighty warrior who pulverized Dracula in Castlevania and again in Simon's Quest. Trevor has a number of oldie but goodie attacks that have been given to him by the Poltergeist King. These include the Mystic Whip, Battle Axe, Banshee Boomerang, Dagger, and Sacred Water. Trevor is also the master of special items, including a pocket watch, invisibility potion, and the rosary. As the son of Count Dracula, Alucard once tried to prevent Trevor from accomplishing his mission. However, he reached a point where he could no longer abide by his father's evilness and is now looking for a partner to help him put an end to his father's wicked plan. Resident of underground tunnels, Alucard attacks with a ball of destruction, which he can also fire in 3 directions. If he captures a special power booster, Alucard's primary strength, though his ability to turn himself into a bat. Okay. However, he cannot attack while he is airborne and will turn back into human form if his wings are clipped by an enemy. Alright, Grant Dynasty. Count Dracula used his sinister powers to turn the pirate captain into a ghost, and as one of Dracula's gruesome gangs, he will attack you from the top of the clock tower of untimely death. However, if you can defeat this scoundrel, his spirit will join you. He's small, nimble, and has a strong spring in his step, so he's able to jump onto the walls and ceilings and stick to them like glue. Grant's primary attack weapon are an axe and dagger. Another of his weapons is a skill to scurry along hidden routes not accessible to Trevor. Unfortunately, both his body and ego bruise easily. Sypha Belnatus. Sypha, the mystic warlord of Wallachia, is also a vampire hunter who walks quietly and carries a big stick. Rumor of his death were spread throughout Eastern Europe, but in truth, he was captured by Cyclops. X-Men? The one-eyed ultimate evil. Sypha uses his Wallachia staff to attack. Other attack favorites of his include flames, frozen crystals, and lightning bolts. With these, he can destroy enemies before they get close to him. However, his skin is very thin and blisters easily when blasted by grotesque enemy attacks. To score big, Sypha must attack before his enemies find him. Okay. Alright, let's see what else we got. Alright, we're not going to read all of this, obviously, because there's a lot here. Alright, password system, how to play. Yep. How to use your partner. You press select. Heart of stone, leg of werewolf. Oh, it's werewolf meat. It's not turkey or chicken. It's werewolf meat. I wouldn't eat werewolf meat. I don't know if it would be cursed. Bonus bag, 1-up. Your multipliers, the pocket watch, invisibility potion, the rosary. Yeah, the pork chop or pig. Yeah. Mystic whip. Trevor's Wallachia war items. Battle axe, dagger, banshee boomerang, sacred water. Sacred water flies along an arc until it crashes it onto the floor, where it spills out and begins to burn, baby, burn. Banshee boomerang fires straight through the air with the greatest of ease. When it reaches the end of its path, it will come flying back. Though it moves slowly, the banshee boomerang is powerful. Banshee fever, catch it. Oh my god. Okay, then we have Sypha's attacks. Goodness gracious, great bolts of lightning. Oh my god, this is Castlevania boomerized. Flames, frozen crystals, goodness gracious, great bolts of lightning. Oh my god, we're not reading all of that. Grant has a dagger and an axe. Alucard just sucks in this game, I'm sorry. Evil characters. We have the Bad Bat, the Skeleton Dragon, Frankenstein, the Pillar of Bones, the Gates of Death. This is a skeleton with a chain whip. Why is he called the Gates of Death? Oh, and that's it. That's all the bad guys. Treat your Konami game pack carefully. Compliance with the FCC. Yeah, who cares? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. When my food gets here, I am going to take a 30-minute food break, everybody, just because I haven't taken any breaks yet, and been streaming almost 4 hours. But let's get started on this one. Don't expect anything great out of me with this game. I have 1cc'd it before. I've not done this version deathless. Done the Japanese version deathless, but not this one. That said, I love this game. This is such a good game. And I actually like this version more than the Japanese version. If Dot does her Castlevania challenge this year, I think I am going to try to do this one deathless, this version.
We're being attacked!
Hey, Melchior, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Sarzac. I'm a retro VTuber. We're doing a Castlevania marathon today. Let's get a big shout out for Melchior. Melchior, how was your stream? How was your stream? Were you doing some more Final Fantasy Legend 2? Everyone, please check out Melchior if you haven't. Melchior is a good friend, mod of the channel. Has almost a 500 stream streak, and they're a really awesome streamer. They've been playing a lot of classic SNES games and recently started playing FF Legend 2, which is Saga 2 on Game Boy, which is a really great game. Oh, you explained the Gates of Death? Okay. Because the name in Getsu Fumadin was Shimon Helmont. Shimon can be Oh, really? That's interesting, Suki. I ordered some sliders from a new slider place that opened. Beating the nasty dungeon. Oh, nice. You know, I have to say, for Nintendo censorship, they didn't touch this game a whole lot, did they? I mean, look at the stained glass windows. You've got, like, saints and stuff, and... I really don't think Nintendo got crazy with censorship until, like, early Super Nintendo. If you look at Castlevania 4, every single cross in that game has been removed. There's a lot of censorship in that game. This game has, like, really light censorship. I really think Nintendo, like, sometimes, like, the attitudes of Nintendo censorship is sometimes, like, I feel like in the 80s and 90s they went through phases where they were really into censorship and then maybe got laxed, or maybe they showed certain developers, you know, different treatments, like, oh, Konami, you make a lot of money for us, so we don't really care. We trust you. Oh yeah, because the whip skeleton in Getsu Fuma is supposed to be like an undead Simon Belmont. That's right. The Yoshi Cookie lady. Yoshi's Cookie. I'm gonna play Getsu Fuma at some point. I have a copy of it for my Famicom. Also have the remake they did on the Switch. Haven't done anything with that. Oops. Alright, that's fine. Wasn't planning to take a hit there, but that's okay. was like Yoshi Cookie Lady. I'll just hit it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it really does. It tried to do that, it tried to do that a few times to me in Castlevania 1. It was like, I bought my triple holy water. Oh, a knife. Oh, look, an axe dropped. It didn't work. Alright, sorry, Grant. Fuck me. Should I reset it? This next part sucks without the axe. Not for the part with the owls. Hey Pokey, good to see you. Hi hi. Mods, can we get a shout out for Pokey, please? I do think I get the boomerang here early, but the axe is better. Take that, you fucking bird. Hi Pokey, how are you? I was expecting to get brutalized without the axe. I did pretty good. I did pretty good. Yeah, the owl part here. Yeah. Oh, you beat Night Ring. Congratulations. How was the final boss? What was the final boss? I mean, I'm sure it was something like lore heavy that I wouldn't know about, but no way. That should not have hit. I'm calling foul on that. These shoot 3. Ones in Castlevania 1 shoot 2. But yeah, congratulations on beating Night Rain. What's next for you? What will you be moving on to? Stay the course because we want the best character in the game. Yeah, I actually really do want that for the axe. I think is one of the best weapons in this game for Trevor. I like it much better than the cross. Which is funny because in Castlevania 4, I never want the axe. I always want triple cross. Final boss was just a dude with 2 swords and he could swap between fire magic and holy swords. Hell yeah. I'm glad you went back to that game. Because I know you really were kind of frustrated with it early on, with the playing with randos and everything. I'm really glad you went back to it and you enjoyed it. Alright, here's the Gates of Doom. Is that Neon's first Souls game that she's played? Winston, Arthur, stop that. Come here, guys. My lunch is here. My lunch is here. I'm gonna play through the end of this level before going to eat. Sorry about that. Oh, I don't want that. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure she has more time in Elden Ring. Oh, wow. Wow. Winston, get over here. Now. I have to be very careful when I fuss at my dogs like that. Because generally, I do the parent thing when I fuss at them, and I use their last name, which is my last name. That was close. That guy could have killed me. I have to make sure that I don't do that. Oh, hello, Mr. Cyclops. There's quicker ways to do this. I hate having to fight this guy 3 times in the game. So I like cheesing this first battle because I can't cheese the other battles with them. So this is me just being petty. The knife and the lightning bolt. No, I haven't. I've seen it done. I've never done it myself. Mainly because I don't want to have the dagger ever in this game. Sup, Cypher? Wanna make babies? Wanna make Belmont babies? Thanks for helping me. I'm Cypher, the vampire hunter. I will follow you if you need my help. What will you do? Take him with you? Leave him behind? I hope a magic spirit will give us the power. Pleasure to meet you. I wonder if that was supposed to be a big surprise, like finding out that Samus is a girl, or if this was more of a translation issue. All right, I'm going to take a 20-minute food break. So I'm going to put up my BRB scene. Enjoy the music, everyone, but I do need to take a break because this is a 12-hour stream today. If you could please lurk, hang out. I'll be back in 20 minutes, but I'm going to eat some food, use the bathroom, take my dogs out. And when we come back, we'll continue with Castlevania 3. After this, we'll be doing Castlevania 4, then Castlevania Legends, Rondo of Blood, Haunted Castle Revisited, Bloodlines, and Adventure Rebirth in that order. So yeah, I'm going to put the BRB food scene up. Give me about 20 minutes, and I will be back soon. But yeah, please stick around, everybody.